those in the gallery and joining us online for what is our last council meeting for this calendar year. And a bit of a tradition here at council was for our last meeting before Christmas is to have some Christmas paraphernalia. But just noting the tragic events of yesterday and just requesting a 1 minute silence in respect to those impacted by yesterday's events. And if councillors could join me in standing for 1 minute silence. And staff, thank you. Thank you very much, councillors and staff. Agenda item 1 is acknowledgement of country. Councillor Cowan has volunteered to read.
Wodonga Council acknowledges Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the first peoples of the country. We acknowledge them as traditional owners and custodians across various lands. We pay our respect to their ancestors, elders, children and young people. We acknowledge the strength and resilience of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and recognise their continuous connections to lands, waters and communities across the country.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Agenda item 2 is apologies, leave of absence and attendance by electronic means. There are none known at this time. Agenda item 3 is the Good Governance Pledge and Councillor Hall has volunteered to read that.
Thank you. Wodonga councillors have committed to 1, undertake duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the municipal community. 2, abide by the model code of conduct and uphold the standards of conduct set out in the model code of conduct. 3, faithfully and impartially carry out and exercise the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in the office of councillor under the Local Government Act 2020 and any other act to the best of their skill and judgment.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Agenda item 4 is declaration of conflict of interest, and I understand there are a number. So, Councillor Cowan.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest for item 15.3 in confidential business relating to the appointment of the Audit and Risk Committee independent member and chair. And the nature of the conflict is general, as I'm one of the applicants socially.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to item 15.5, which is the CEO's position description, I have a real conflict of interest. We'll leave the meeting for that item. Also note that we have 2 support staff in attendance at the meeting tonight that will leave due to a potential conflict of interest, and that is item 9.9, planning application 73/2024, 6 to 8 Denver Street, Barranduda. Mr Scully will leave the meeting for that item. And item 15.6, communications and marketing service review implementation in confidential, and Alex Gibbs will leave the meeting for that item.
Thank you, CEO. Are there any other declarations of conflict of interest? If not, I will then proceed to agenda item 5, which is the confirmation minutes from the previous meeting. There's a recommendation there before us. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Hall. Seconder, Councillor Knight. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 6 is question time, and I understand, CEO, there's one question has been received.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we have one question from Joe McMillan. This is regarding item 9.9, planning application 173/2024 for 6 to 8 Denver Street, Barranduda. In relation to this item, the questions raised are generally all addressed in the delegates report or the council meeting report. A written response will be published on council's website. For clarity, I'll read out the questions from Ms McMillan. Can council explain how issuing a notice of decision to grant a planning permit for 9 dwellings is consistent with the Wodonga planning scheme and the Leneva Barranduda precinct structure plan, given that 1, Denver Street was planned, marketed and sold as low density, safe, family orientated residential business, and this proposal represents a significant departure from that outcome. 2, the proposed density is materially different to the existing built form of the street and would permanently change the neighbourhood character and amenity. 3, the street has limited width and verge space, yet would be required to absorb increased vehicle movements, overflow parking, waste collection and pedestrian activity, including children. 4, the site is within the designated bushfire prone area, raising questions about safe access and evacuation for rear dwellings. And 5, approval would result in approximately 65% of homes in the Denver Street being social housing, which appears inconsistent with the council's stated salt and pepper approach to housing distribution. I further note that every resident on Denver Street, as well as the residents on surrounding streets, have formally objected to this proposal, raising consistent concerns about safety, amenity, planning integrity, and whether council decisions are delivering the neighbourhood outcomes residents were led to expect. I'm asking this question as an objecting resident, and I'm asking for clarification on compliance with the planning scheme. Mr Mayor, I suggest that we take any councillor questions when we reach this item on the agenda.
Right, thank you. Did you see agenda item 7 as petitions? There are none. Agenda item is delegates report, and which leads us now to the reports for determination, starting with 9.1, the advocacy plan. There's a recommendation before us that the advocacy plan is attached to be adopted. Is there a mover? Councillor Cowan?
Thanks, I'll move that.
Is there a second? Councillor Knight? Thank you. Councillor Cowan, would you like to speak to that as a mover?
Thank you. Yes, I'm really pleased to adopt this advocacy plan because it's focused on delivering real outcomes for Wodonga. It clearly backs our advocacy on the new fit-for-purpose hospital on a new site and our continuing fight for health infrastructure that keeps pace with our region's growth. It also prioritises community infrastructure, including a new community centre in the city heart that strengthens connection, inclusion and access to local services. And importantly, the plan also recognises the economic opportunities yet unmet for Logic for supporting jobs, investment and long-term growth for our city. And what this plan does is give us a strong united platform to seek federal and state funding and where possible, private partnership to turn these priorities into realities. So I would like to thank the staff for bringing together such a sharp and focused document. I'm very happy to support this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Councillor Knight, is the second. Would you like to provide the thank you. Any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hall.
Okay, a couple of weeks ago, I attended the compulsory mayoral training in Melbourne by MAB. 2 different speakers on 2 different occasions over the 2 days I attended the training mentioned not to go to ministers with a laundry list of advocacy projects. It weakens the ability to achieve the desired outcomes. We need to focus on a short list and advocate strongly on these priorities. Before council adopts the advocacy plan, we need to revisit the plan and assess which priorities we should include in the shortlist and use this shortlist to advocate on behalf of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Any other councillors? Councillor Cookie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've written a page on this, but I probably won't read it all out, given that I largely agree with Councillor Hall. I think it is important to have this advocacy plan, and I agree with having a number of items on it, such as upgrades to critical facilities such as parks, crossings, school crossings, critical water, wastewater network upgrade, the updates to cross-border government and things that will deliver immediate relief for Albury Wodonga Hospital and our hospital situation. Those are the important things, and they will advance our region and our critical infrastructure, and they will focus on our economic development and growth. However, given the sad state of the budget of the state, excuse the pun, I think we need to be even shorter, even sharper, and go for the most important things. And hopefully, maybe some of them are not the most achievable, but they're the most important, focused, and I think that would increase. I don't like our chances, but I think going sharper and shorter will increase them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Any other councillors? Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interesting, I've got written in my notes here, laundry list. Interesting that that's already been said. This document's just way too long, and it fails to focus on the advocacy purpose. It's a document selling Wodonga, not a document about advocacy. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't have a document selling Wodonga, we probably should. But advocacy is a different matter. This document raises policy items which are just basically not advocacy things. They're things that we should just get on and deal with. The document reflects the image of the Victorian state government and its priorities. It focuses on what we can get money for. It focuses on what grants might be available rather than what is the most important for Wodonga in terms of the priorities to Wodonga. And I think because it's such a long, drawn-out document, it's not going to get the respect that it might demand or command if it was sharpened to the point and it was focused down on half a dozen at maximum issues that are at the top of the priority list. So from that point of view, I think we're selling ourselves extremely short with this document, and I understand that we really should have one, and an advocacy plan's a great thing, but I don't think this document's the one that we should be running with. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Melvin. Any other councillors? Before I go to Councillor Knight and Councillor Cowan for their vote of advice or reservation of vote of advice, if I could just make some observations and comments. I do see this advocacy plan not necessarily being mutually exclusive with the approach that Councillor Hall, Councillor Quilty and Councillor Melvin have articulated, in that this advocacy plan does represent a portfolio of opportunities, many of which have been, in fact, all of them identified either through the community vision, the council plan, and many of them are actually identified as key priorities in our adopted council plan. I do agree that to Councillor Hall's point and the advice received in that mineral training around having a very concerted, intentional and direct approach to our advocacy, but I don't see this as being mutually exclusive to that, in that when going to a particular minister, we can literally carve out the relevant part of this advocacy document for that particular minister. So on that basis, I'm going to be likely to be supporting this motion. Councillor Knight, did you want to know? If that's the case, I'm going to go to Councillor Cowan for her right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, many of the priorities we are getting on with. We are really seeking the very best support we can for and the best value for our ratepayers. And we have a responsibility to advocate across a range of priorities. And I strongly support retaining a document that presents the full suite of advocacy priorities. In my experience, Such comprehensive lists are frequently used by government agencies and elected representatives, particularly during an election year, particularly during the budget deliberations. And they increase our opportunities to secure funding across multiple portfolios. That's our responsibility. This is industry standard. I strongly commend this advocacy priority document. It is very much in line with that was produced by the previous council, but it is refined, it is more targeted, it is more deliberate in its objectives. And it's, I think we've all had an opportunity to have a say in this document, and I strongly recommend it to the council on board.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Given that, I'm now going to put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Cowan, Councillor Goble, Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Knight. Those against? Councillor Quilty, Councillor Hall, Councillor Milton. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 9.2 is the risk management policy for public exhibition. And just before Councillor Quilty, I move to you, I'm going, given the number of proposed alternatives motions here, I'm going to ask the CEO to introduce this particular agenda item before we go to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this is a very important part of council's documentation. Unfortunately, we haven't yet gone through the full risk management framework with councillors in a briefing session. This policy has been presented through ARC, but there's further work the council has to do, as discussed at the ARC meeting, around the framework and risk appetite, and that is planned for workshopping in 2026. There have been some suggested alternative motions that we've drafted up on behalf of councillors, and staff have also included a variation on that to try and progress this matter. The policy that's before you updates the legislation and council plan components. However, the suggestion is if we move to adapt the framework after the briefing in consultation with ARC and the appetite changes, and that reflects then back on a need to change the policy, then we look to do that post those events. So my recommendation as staff is to proceed forward with this. You do have 3 alternative recommendations in front of you on the yellow paper as requested post issuing of the agenda. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take those.
I have a couple of questions.
Thank you, Councillor Quilty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Question number 1, which part exactly of 2026 are we going to or hoping to look at our risk management framework?
My understanding is it's in Q3 and Q4 to do. Yes, Q3.
Question number 2, is there a particular reason why we are looking at it in Q3 of 2026, not sooner, not now? And question 3 at the same time, why do we have to vote on this important brick of the whole framework now and the rest of the framework later?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, Councillor Quilty, I think I articulated that the consideration is around the legislative changes only and the council adopting the new council plan. So it changes those parts of the policy, but we acknowledge that there will be a future step which might require further amendments. This has been delayed because council's had other priority matters, and we've had a number of changeover in staff in this particular area, and the staff have now been appointed in that area, and we're progressing through.
Thank you. Question number 4, if you will indulge me. Could you briefly elaborate on the legislative changes you have just referred to?
I might refer to the director on this matter, going to that detail.
Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. So what we have in the policy is the inclusion of a couple of pieces of legislation that weren't included in there before that have been referenced. So the policy itself hasn't changed much, but it just makes sure that we've got those legislative references in there. As the CEO said, the main change is around the strategic objectives, which are in the new council plan, and it also includes visitors, where it previously didn't items, please.
So do I understand correctly that the legislative changes are including the related policies and related legislative references rather than the new pieces of legislation that demands that we have the review at this particular time?
So when the review was done, it was just a very light review to make sure that what was in the policy is correct, and yes, it reflects those legislative preferences.
Thank you. Any other questions to the CEO or to Director Volker? No. I understand that you were putting your hand up in relation to a motion, so the floor's with you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, CEO and directors, for indulging me in answering my multiple questions. My motion is defer endorsement of a draft risk management policy until such time when the risk management policy can be reviewed to, one, achieve greater specificity in relation to governance and assurance arrangements, a clear risk ownership and escalation, integration with strategic planning, budgeting and performance, explicit reference to compliance, fraud, integrity and public accountability risks, risk culture, capability and training. Two, include explicit requirements for risk assessments of programs, services, infrastructure and public spaces to consider impacts on physical activity, safety, accessibility, and equitable participation across different age groups, abilities, and cultural backgrounds on a case-by-case. Three, encourage community-informed risk identification to promote opportunities for active and healthy living across the community. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Crawley. So just to be clear, that's as articulated as alternative motion. Thank you. Thank you. Is there a seconder to that?
Question. Councillor Conti on alternative motion one say to defer.
Yes, it should be.
Yes, and not further reviewed as per the.
Defer until it can be further reviewed. So because we are not further reviewing it tonight.
So it is different to alternative motion one, it's a new motion. Is that correct?
Yes. In terms of the wording that's provided here.
It will be what I sent around in the email, except that I have added just now defer endorsement of a draft risk management policy until such time when, and the rest is.
Can I ask another question? CEO to you, Mr. Mayor. Can you explain the implications of using the word defer versus further reviewed?
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge, through the Mayor. That means that the existing policy maintains its status. I have some concerns there in that it references old legislation, old strategy of council. And given we have some legislative changes that have kicked in on the 1st of December around psychological safety, I think it would be best to have the legislation updated. Hence, my recommendation is that we continue to adopt and do those changes, and we look at other changes when we do the framework and risk appetite statement. Councillor Quilty, I know you will probably rush this afternoon, but I did send out some.
No, I saw you. I saw you.
Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Good. So we've got to move on. Do I have a second up?
I'll second it first.
Okay. So mover Councillor Courtney, seconder Councillor Hall. Councillor Courtney, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hall, for seconding my motion for the purposes of debate. Despite the warning from the CEO that we need to be quick with the adoption of a new policy, given the new legislation, especially the one around psychological safety. With my hand on my heart, my knowledge and my experience, I just cannot endorse the policy in front of us, especially given the new legislation about psychological safety, and especially the priorities, the new strategic priorities and objectives that we have. The one that causes me the largest concern is foster an environment where people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds can live in an active and healthy lifestyle and will feel part of Wodonga's diverse and growing community. I think the policy does not is not explicit enough in outlining how exactly we're going to do to manage our risk to cover all the requirements. Look, I've got a list of talking points here. They're fairly boring. I'm wearing my scientist hat today. I'm trying very hard not to take it off and put on my auditor's hat. So I'll just try to do it as quickly as possible to do with the dry stuff of it. To explain number one, where I believe we need to urgently achieve greater specificity in a number of areas. It goes like this. I believe this policy does not explicitly state the Council's role in setting the risk appetite, executive accountability for oversight of risk framework, audit and risk committee's responsibilities. My recommendation would be to add a clear statement which identifies Council as the ultimate risk owner, CEO and executive as accountable for implementation, audit and risk committee oversight and assurance role. I also believe that the policy lacks clear articulation for risk ownership, and I recommend that we add a statement that strengthens the policy by defining the risk ownership, clarifying escalation of extreme or material risks to Council, referencing internal audit and independent assurance mechanisms. I believe the policy is somewhat weak on Council and executive decision papers, strategic and operational planning, capital works and major projects, and budget resource prioritization in terms of risk. We need to explicitly state how we're going to manage risk in relation to all those matters. And finally, risk appetite and risk tolerance. The policy does not include how we measure our risk appetite qualitatively, quantitatively, how we measure it, and what kind of appetite we have, low or high. And I believe it's very important. The risk awareness among staff and councillors, risk training, the understanding of risk versus opportunity is also very important and needs to and the policy needs to have further explicit statement in this regard on how we do that. And finally, points 2 and 3 of my motion, based on my recent experience as a councillor in Mirimba ward, I believe that it is very important to assess risks to the community, to members of the community on a case-by-case basis, and also encourage the community to inform us about the risks our infrastructure and services may be causing. Without naming names, I'll give you an example of a lady who contacted me not so long ago about a tree on the Nature Street in front of her elderly mother's house. The mother is advanced in her age and is of reduced mobility. The tree is perfectly healthy and does not drop leaves. However, it drops a lot of trees, a lot of leaves and nuts. And the mother's friend who has diabetes and also quite aged has already slipped and had to go to hospital on that. The daughter of the mother has been living with the mother for a while and now is moving out and concerned about the risk to this particular resident, who pays us rates, which fund our council allowances and all the services that we provide, just like all the other residents. And while us as council and council services have done the risk assessment didn't find that particular risk is posed to that particular resident. We want residents of all ages and all abilities to be comfortable in our city. And we want to encourage elderly population living independently, thank you, and relying on themselves and being equally participating members of the community. And I think our risk assessment failed our residents and not just this resident, probably many other residents as well. And I believe it is of paramount importance that we look at this policy seriously, and I just cannot support it in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Hall?
No, I'll defer mine.
Any councillor comments or questions? I've got some, but we'll defer first to other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to support a lot of what Councillor Courtney has actually said tonight. However, I'd like to also foreshadow an alternative motion, and that is option 3. It's very much along the same lines of deferring the policy. However, looking at this from a holistic consideration, given that many of the things that Councillor Courtney referred to actually step outside of the policy and look at our overall risk profile, our appetite towards risk, our organisational risk exposure. So I think that I have sympathy for the concerns in the completeness of the policy as it currently stands.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Any other councillors? Questions or would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor, if not, sorry, we can see the Councillor Milton, Councillor Albert.
Sorry.
All right, yeah,
There's a whole range of things about this that are somewhat concerning. I support fundamentally what Councillor Cowan and Councillor Courtney have said. I see a high level of integrity and a high level of thought that's gone into those questioning of what we've got before us. I also look at, in my mind, I'm looking at the things like, why is it that we've got this sort of thing being put at us? And I've heard tonight we've got legislative change that's driving different agendas. And when I look back and think about it, what we're being pushed into doing is to creating a document much more in the image of the current state government than it is in looking at the risk functions for what we face in Wodonga. And from looking at all those things, like risk should be about probabilities of adverse outcomes and a cost-benefit assessment of the impact of those adverse outcomes. And that should go right across everything. We've got other policies here that say we should be making sure that there's equity of access and equity of opportunity and all those other things. And even thinking about the example that Councillor Courtney raised, we talk about trying to do the right things and minimise the risk to our ratepayers. Well, that means looking at things through different lenses for different people or in different circumstances. I don't see any of that sort of thing in this policy. I might be missing it, but I don't see it. So I think the two comments that have been made across the table are pretty much on the money from different angles. So I'm of a mind to support Councillor Courtney's motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Milton. Any other councillors before I go to Councillor Courtney with a question on the motion? Councillor Courtney, absolutely empathise with some of your concerns regarding the lack of articulation in this policy regarding issues that we're both passionate around in terms of responsibility of risk management, risk culture, and even items that you and I have discussed, not in the council meeting, but around risk and opportunity. Question to you is, do you not see an opportunity for those issues to be picked up under a risk management framework rather than necessarily having to defer this policy, that it could be picked up as part of that work?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your question. It's a good one. I would very much rather, especially given the legislative changes that have been referred to tonight, review the whole risk management framework as soon as possible. But given that we didn't manage that timing, unfortunately, due to a lack of resources or thereabouts, my suggestion is we put our thinking caps on, and if we must review the policy sooner than the rest of the framework, well, it sounds really strange to me. Policy, risk management policy is integral part of risk management framework. I don't see how. I see us pushing through a policy that doesn't explicitly address a number of concerns. It's just like a, I don't know. I can't find a good word to express it, but it doesn't serve a full purpose. So if we can review the whole risk management framework sooner than Q3 in 2026, that would be very welcome. Otherwise, my suggestion to defer the policy a little and review it will be a good stepping stone and a good starting point for us to review the whole framework, including risk appetite, risk awareness, and all the other elements of risk management.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. A question perhaps to the CEO or Director Burkhalter. Would it be possible or practical to review the risk management framework before Q3?
So when we talk about Q3, I mean Q3 of the 25-26 financial year, so that's next year.
January to March next year.
So we're just in the process of procuring a consultant to assist with this piece of work. So we'll be coming to council in February or March next year.
So will the consultant be reviewing the risk management policy along?
So the risk management policy would be a part of that whole risk management framework. So yes, we would be looking at the framework, these councils with the risk appetite statement, and the policy would be adjusted as required.
And until then, we will be working on the, sorry.
No, you got the floor.
Yeah, and until then, we will be working on the policy that we currently have or that we're currently proposing and managing all our risks, which is like another 18 months or something.
No, so the current policy that for this draft one is due for review. So it's gone through that light review. If you adopt it tonight, you can change it in 2 months' time. Like there's nothing stopping you reviewing that policy again. It just means that it's more current than the other one. So if you don't adopt it tonight, then you'll have or put it out for public exhibition, not even adopting tonight, put it out for public exhibition. You'll still refer to the one that's essentially 4 years old. So just won't have those updates that be proposed.
Okay.
I'll speak again unless somebody else has a question. I'll speak again at the end when I have.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, CEO, you got something to say?
Through the chair, if I can say, there's a typical process to work through here, and that process is underway. And the appetite is really that first piece of work that we've done. So we've done that with previous council. We've got to do that with the current council, and we've hired a consultant, as the director has indicated, to assist to work through this process. So if the proposed resolution goes through, the existing policy, risk appetite, and the framework, etc., stays exactly the same in the interim as what it was previously adopted. So just trying to provide some clarity about that.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for the debate and the information. Look, I could not overemphasize the importance of risk at council. There is a high risk in everything we do, risk to our community, our staff, and even councillors. We pay very high insurance premiums, and every time something goes wrong or somebody sues us, our premiums go up and our residents pay more so that we can cover those premiums. And honestly, I can see the problems with the timing, the problems of going out to tender and hiring a consultant, and so on and so forth. However, I believe that even if we put in a light risk management policy and then change it again. The proper risk management policy still needs, in my mind, to include all the elements, all the dry and less dry elements that I just listed. And I'm honestly very uncomfortable with operating under the risk policy that is light on so many elements. And that doesn't mean my needs as a councillor, needs of my constituents in my ward and the residents of Wodonga at large. I thank everybody and I urge councillors to consider the risks versus benefit of having this policy, endorsing this policy now or deferring it till later. I will not be doing that just because the policy is, in my opinion, way too light on all those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corby. I'm now going to put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Corty, Councillor Hall, Councillor Goble, Councillor Mildren, Councillor Knight. All those against? Councillor Cowan. Okay, vote against Councillor Aldridge. The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Corby. Agenda item 9.3 is the complaint handling policy for public exhibition. There's a recommendation as follows. Councillor Cowan.
I'd like to put forward an alternative motion there, and that is all of the same recommendation that is before us. But that point 5 is added to say that staff draft a policy and procedure that informs how a member of the public can submit a complaint against a councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Is there a seconder for that? Giving Councillor Corty an opportunity.
I'll second it for the purposes of debate.
Seconded by Councillor Corty. Councillor Cowan, I'm going to move to you.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, I'm happy to support the complaints handling policy, and I really hope to seek the support of my fellow councillors for the additional introduction of a separate policy for complaints against councillors. Councillors play a strong role in the overall community satisfaction. And just as our approach holistically as a council in excellence and customer service is reflected in solid complaint handling policies such as we've got before us tonight, having clear and well understood process for including or making complaints against councillors only strengthens our integrity and reinforces public trust. I think it's a positive step in reflecting contemporary best practice across councils, and councils like Casey have done this, and we know the reasons potentially behind that, but it aligns with the expectations of the Local Government Act 2020. For our community, both policies could provide clarity where they could raise concerns, what council can consider, and where matters are more appropriately handled by external bodies such as the Victorian Ombudsman, IBAC, or the Local Government Victoria. And that transparency all goes towards building confidence in how our council operates. And for those reasons, I recommend the adoption of an alternate recommendation, including that for a procedure.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Councillor Corty, would you like to speak to it?
No, I will reserve my right to speak to it, but I have a question to the mover.
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Cowan, who do you see as the audience of this policy mainly? Is it the residents making complaints? Is it to increase the awareness of staff and council? All of the above? And do you see it more as a how-to card for residents to make complaints, or a combo of like awareness educational document for us and a how-to card and all? What do you envisage?
All of the above. I think it is something that we could all use, staff, community, and building awareness of where complaints are best handled if there are indeed any complaints against councillors. We have our own code of conduct, so we work within the framework there, but where the community potentially perceive concerns about councillors or our particular code of conduct, it's just a standalone document that provides an easy understanding of the appropriate ways to make those concerns known.
And do you envisage something like having a clear and transparent escalation path from when a complaint is made, if it's not handled satisfactorily, what the like who owns the outcome of it, and what's the next step, and who is the next accountable authority, and how it goes through council should it not be resolved at the step?
Certainly, I think it's just a way of compiling all of that information. It is available, but it's hard to find it. It's difficult to pull all of those bits together and what the appropriate agency is, although there's no wrong door. But I just think it adds and it complements our customer service complaints handling policy to know how to consider any concerns that people may have about councillors. Not saying at all that there would be, but if there were to be, then I'll listen to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan and Councillor Courtney. Any other councillors? Questions or comments? Councillor Hall.
Yeah, I question the motion to include that because, in my view, there is pretty. If you go onto the Wodonga Council website, you go into contact us and then complaints. It's got fully complaint against a councillor, contact a councillor concern, or you, the mayor, and the local government inspectorate. So they are clearly the agencies that the local government inspectorate is clearly the agency that takes complaints against councillors and any breaches of the Local Government Act. So I don't see it being necessary to include it in a draft policy document, to be quite honest. It's pretty clear where the complaints should be sent. So that's my view.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Other councillors? Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I see the addition of point 5 as being the promotion of negativism and the promotion of division. If we're singling out councillors, why are we not singling out any? Let's say it's not just singling out anybody, in this case it's councillors. In this form of document that's supposed to be across the breadth of everything we do, to me that's the wrong way. It's going backwards. It's negative in its approach. If we're going to single out one class of people in the organisation, then the policy and procedure should be set out so that it's very clear for the public to make a complaint about any staff member and about anybody that might be on a committee of the council, about anybody that might occupy council land or a council facility or be a contractor to the council, the whole bit. And at the end of the day, the complaint handling policy, from where I see it, whether it's perfectly good for the cause or not, that can possibly be debated. But the complaint handling policy is supposed to deal with all those things anyway. And I've heard what Councillor Hall referred to about the fundamentals are in the documentation already to explain what the roles of the different authorities are that you raise questions with councils about councillors. So I think this is a negative step in dealing with complaint handling policy material. So I can't support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Milton. Councillor Aldridge.
Please ask a question.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
How come in the current complaint handling policy is there no reference to how to make a complaint about councillor?
Refer to the director of the
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the previous complaint handling policy wasn't clear that it didn't apply
to conduct of councillors and or staff or the CEO. This is now making it clearer. So the complaint handling policy is a policy that's required under the Government Act, and it refers to actions taken, decisions made or services provided. And so see a number of councils don't actually, it's not about the conduct, it's about the decisions or actions that are made from council.
To that, in that, if I may expand, in that council's code of conduct, and there's a guide on how to implement the code of conduct is the official document around councillors. So it's an entirely separate document.
Councillor Knight.
I just have a question too. So they both might be able to answer it for me. Just on the scope, this policy applies to all council staff as well as contractors and volunteers. It covers complaints made by or on behalf of children and young people. I'm a bit confused. Does that mean that everyone else can't complain, or is that inferred that it covers them as well as adults?
Because of the child safety principles, that's also been included here, so it's been updated for those. So I guess normally you would assume that it relates to adults, so this makes it clear that it's also children.
It's just how I.
Thank you. Any other?
Should it say also covers complaints? Not it covers complaints.
Through the chair, we sought Maddocks legal advice on the drafting of the policy in line with the child safe standards.
Thank you, Councillor Knight. Any other councillor questions or comments before I go to Rob replies? No. Just maybe perhaps some points of clarity. So what we're dealing here with is a policy, a complaint handling policy that's based on the Victorian Ombudsman model complaints policy and plus the good practice book. And it has been reviewed by Maddocks for compliance with the Local Government Act. Separately to that, I understand, Councillor Cowan, you're suggesting an additional policy, not to be conflated with this one, be separate, that deals specifically with councils in terms of potential breaches of code of conduct. And what you're articulating, as I understand it, is that you don't think that pathway for complaints is particularly clear, and therefore a policy and procedure that more clearly articulates that will help members of the public who may not wish to make that complaint. Is that correct?
Yes,
So,
thank you, Ms. Mayor.
so just separate to this and not conflating the two.
Not at all.
Yeah. Good, thank you. Councillor Crotty, you've reserved, oh no, we've dealt with that.
No, I've reserved my right.
Yeah. Would you like to speak?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan, for putting up this alternative motion. Look, I like the proposition of transparency and of adding elements that might increase the community understanding of a council role and who to complain to about what and what happens to the complaints afterwards. I think there is a lot of confusion in the community about what, who's responsible for what and who is accountable for what, and when something happens, whose fault it is and who they can complain to. I'm all in favor of providing that transparency, and I think our complaint handling policy sets the right foundation for that, and any community feedback will be very, very welcome. I hope we receive a lot. However, I take Councillor Mildred's point on singling out a particular class of people that a complaint may be made against, that may create further confusion rather than clarifying it. People may not be able to see the complaints opportunity in its entirety and go complain against council when complainer is the organization or the other way around. I would very much like to see clarity added as part of the one complaint handling policy. And I hope if residents are of the same mind as me, they will provide this kind of feedback. Otherwise, I think this sort of how-to card that Councillor Hall has pointed out on our website more or less explains what happens. And I urge members of the community who are not clear on that, contact our customer service, or contact their councillors in their ward or other councillors or mayor and clarify the issue and who they can go to. So regretfully, while I second it for the purposes of debate, regretfully, I will not be supporting this policy, not from the point of view of transparency, sorry, the motion, not from the point of view of transparency, but from the point of view that I'm afraid it will just, having separate policy on this will add to the confusion currently existing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Cowan is right in reply.
Thank you. Look, I want to address the concern that this is about negativism. It really is not. It's really actually a proactive, positive step. And I think that we could be very proud of this initiative, that we make this clear and well understood by the community. I think Councillor Courtney has highlighted that there is confusion. There shouldn't be confusion, but there are very specific pathways for complaints against councillors that are different and unique to the ways in which complaints might otherwise be handled in relation to our delivery of services or our staff. I think it's something that we can take on board as being very proactive and a positive step. Not something to be concerned about, because if we're all doing the right thing, there's nothing to be concerned about. And I'm confident that this is just another clear measure of well understood integrity and transparency.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Cowan, Councillor Global. All those against? Councillor Quilty, Councillor Hall, Councillor Meldrum, Councillor Knight. The motion has failed. I could request an alternative. There is a recommendation there before us. Could I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Meldrum. Secondly, Councillor Meldrum, would you like to speak to that? Sorry?
Put the motion.
Put the motion. Yeah, so
You need to vote.
yeah, so all those in favour of putting the motion? That's Councillor Knight, Councillor Meldrum, Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Global, Councillor Hall, Councillor Quilty. All those against? Councillor Cowan. Putting the motion, all those in favour? Again, Councillor Knight, Councillor Meldrum, Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Global, Councillor Hall, Councillor Quilty. All those against? Councillor Cowan. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Meldrum. Agenda item 9.4 is the domestic animal management plan. Before we go to Councillor Aldridge, I am going to invite the CEO to speak to this on the basis that we do have a number of motions that have been, a number of alternatives that have been suggested by councillors to the recommendation by officers. So, CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, been a fair bit of discussion around this matter. From my memory, Council deferred this matter when it was considered earlier, waiting for the election of Lake Hume councillor, and hence it's been placed on the agenda. There has been a amount of interest in this, and there has been some previous public exhibition on the matter. We have drafted on behalf of councillors some alternative motions. However, we do have a time frame. So due to the extension requested by the previous resolution of council, staff went out to the minister and asked for an exemption of an additional time frame, and that has been granted to the 4th of June This matter does require a level of public exhibition and requires the staff to implement those measures, and hence we're restricted in our timeframes to go forward. So the staff have promoted option 3 as managing some of those processes, but we have addressed the other motions requested by council.
Thank you, CEO. I'm noting you had your hand up there, Councillor Aldridge. I'll honour that by giving you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to alter motion 2, which is the same as the recommended motion, however, changing the public exhibition period to 45 days instead of 21.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Do I have a seconder for that? Okay. So I didn't see who had their hand up first. Councillor Cowan, thank you. I'm going to move to you, Councillor Aldridge. Speak to that.
I just want to start by saying that I'm comfortable with the recommendation before us in principle. A domestic animal management plan is a statutory requirement, and it's important that council has a clear contemporary framework in place within the required timeframe. I also want to acknowledge the correspondence we've received from members of the community, including detailed submissions calling for deferral. It raises thoughtful and informed points around valuation, outcome-based measures and best practice. And I don't dismiss those concerns at all. In fact, many of those matters are exactly the kinds of issues that should be tested, challenged and strengthened through a robust public exhibition process. Where I differ is on the idea of deferring endorsement of the draft altogether. We're already operating under an approved extension with a hard statutory deadline of the 4th of June 2026. Further deferral at this point would, in my view, introduce unnecessary risk. Deferring now would effectively mean consulting before consulting, and then inevitably sending a revised draft back out for consultation again. The double handling would compress timelines, increase risk of non-compliance, and place officers and council in a difficult position if unforeseen delays arise. I don't believe it's good governance to wait for a perfect document before hearing from the broader community. This is a draft. It's not the final plan. The whole purpose of public exhibition is to surface precisely the kinds of feedback we've already received and to test whether those views are widely shared, what additional perspectives exist, and how the plan can be strengthened before adoption. That's why my preference is not to defer, but to extend. By putting the draft damp out for a longer public exhibition period, 45 days rather than the 21 in the recommendation, we give the community, stakeholders and experts meaningful time to engage, respond and contribute. That approach respects the seriousness of the issues raised, strengthens transparency and still keeps council on track to meet its statutory obligations. Endorsing the draft for exhibition does not lock in its content. It opens it up. It signals that council is willing to listen, measure, improve and amend before final adoption. I'm on the record for being a strong advocate for this plan and for getting it right. The consideration of this plan was previously deferred due to the by-election, out of concern that it could become politicised. And it's somewhat frustrating that many of the issues being raised today were not brought forward at that earlier point. I am a lifelong animal lover and a strong supporter of rescue organisations, and I take the outcomes of this plan, particularly around animal welfare, very seriously. That is exactly why I believe the best way to strengthen this plan is to put it out to the community now, listen carefully and refine it based on real, broad feedback rather than delaying the process further. For me, the right balance here is urgency with integrity, meeting our legislative responsibilities while genuinely inviting community input before decisions are finalised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Councillor Cowan as the seconder.
Thank you. Look, Mr. Mayor, I've heard from community members who have concerns about the draft domestic animal management plan. There's been a lot of contact over the past few days. That doesn't tell me that the current work is completely wrong. It tells me that people care deeply and they care enough to want to engage with the plan. I think this is possibly a classic case of not letting perfection be the enemy of good. And we have a solid draft, but it's also clear that there are areas that our community want to influence and improve. So I believe extending the consultation period is good governance. It can provide opportunity and time to listen properly and fix what needs fixing and come back with a solid plan that the community can trust. I support extending the consultation and bringing back a final revised plan that clearly shows how community feedback has shaped this outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. I'm going to open up to other councillors. Any questions or comments? Councillor Hall.
Firstly, I'd like to foreshadow an alternate motion if this one doesn't get adopted. Look, I've had a look at this. I've had a look at some other really, I believe, good practice policies from other councils, which I'm surprised that we as a council hadn't looked at. I think the current policy lacks some detailed information around how we assess the Albury Animal Care Facility. There's basically nothing mentioned in the plan. Best code of practice and domestic animal regulations. Does that meet those requirements? It's a 4-year plan. Community consultation, in my opinion, resulted in 16 submissions, and I believe it didn't go far enough. Many of our plans do have more engagement consultation with our community, and I think this didn't happen. It was basically just put on a Facebook. I believe we need to have that meaningful engagement that could provide some key information from our stakeholders and our local dog rescue organisations and provide some information, strategic planning and actions in our plan going forward. Our community cares deeply about animal welfare and expects humane treatment and full compliance with best practice and standards and with the legislation. I think our plan lacks that information. And so for these reasons, I support establishing a short-term task-orientated committee with people that do have good knowledge and experience with our animals in our community. So I will not be supporting because I don't think this motion, all it is doing is going out for a longer period of time. It basically endorses what we already have. We will, if we get information back, we can adjust it in small areas, but basically we're endorsing what has been supported to go out to the public. So,
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Other councillors? Oh, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the alternative motion and the debate. Honestly, to me, any alternative to what we currently have in the proposition sounds good, because I think that our current plan is a bit too generic light and does not take into account the concerns of our very active groups, community groups, volunteer groups who are concerned with animal welfare, and also multiple owners of companion animals and pets. I believe that, as Councillor Khan, I think, referred to perfection and good. I think the gap between perfection and good here is a bit too large for my liking. And what catches me really is the word endorse. Basically, what happens is we have a plan. We say, we ask councillors, we like this plan. Community members, what do you think? But then if after that consultation, something comes back and we included for example, an active community group suggests a clause to our policy, we included then it limits the opportunity of the rest of the community to, again, tell us whether they like that new clause or not. So I think it is very important for us to get the document as close to what we are expecting to see in its final form, and only after that endorse for the community exhibition. Because us endorsing it, we are giving our council word, putting our council proverbial stamp on saying, yeah, we like this document. Tell us whether you like this document. But honestly, then adding something significant to it and then not getting the feedback on that is going to put us down. So from the feedback I received from the community, I think there are people are burning and ready there, and they will jump in tomorrow and tell us what they want. And hopefully it will not take us very long time to add their feedback. And I'm all in favor of, I'm painfully aware, I myself spoke a bit scathingly about us extending our time and state government allowing us to extend this time in exchange for our patience with, but yeah, I'm very aware of the deadline, but I think our deadline will not be breached with the help of our very concerned community members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Quilty. Any other councillors? Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple of things about this. I have very strong recollections of a very consistent approach by our CEO when it comes to public notice and the like about endorsed documents. Once we endorse a document and put it out to the public, if there is material change that is needed to be made to that document as a result of that public consultation, I'm talking about material change, not just a few words here and there, then his words of saying, well, you need to put that back out to the community again, right? And that means, in effect, what we're going to do is break our deadline, because we'll go out for 45 days, potentially, if it depends on the mindset of council. Potentially, we'll have input from the people that have given us submissions in the last few days, and that input is for substantial change, material change to the document, which then means we go through the time and the process of changing the document and then going out for at least another 20 days exhibition, which, if my calculations, and they're fairly rough, but my calculations say we're probably just pushed across the line of the deadline. I think it's 4th of June.
Yeah.
I would say we've probably just pushed across that deadline quite substantively. Now, I think the opportunity is to have a very quick local community group or a community input to the document and get the adjusted document out to the public. And we could probably still do 45 days before we get to the deadline. And I doubt that there would be material changes made to that document then, and it would be ready for adoption and put in place. That's fundamentally the way I see the issue at the moment. We have submissions from very knowledgeable local and broader industry people who have pointed out some very significant inadequacies in the document that we've got in terms of legislative requirements, meeting legislative requirements, and some elements of good practice. So we can't say that we aren't aware of those things before us and in front of us. And we can't then say at the other end of this process, oh, we've really didn't know it was going to turn out like this, and it's not going to work, and we're going to miss the deadline. And we can't. We would be better off going the other way around. If we're looking at it through a different perspective and we say, oh no, well we won't put it out to further exhibition after the event of changes, how do we justify that? How do we come in after all the things that we've talked about on public notice and so on over many times? How do we justify all that sort of stuff? So I cannot support this proposition that's before us.
Thank you, Councillor Melvin. Did you have your hand up there, Councillor Knight? Or
No, I didn't have my hand up, but I do want to talk to it. So if you're ready.
yeah. And I've also got a question of the CEO and also a question of Councillor Chair. So I'm just interested there, Councillor Mildred, in your comments regarding the CEO's comments regarding material changes on a document when it's gone out to consultation, where these material changes have resulted in a material change to the draft policy that triggers or requires another process of going out to consultation. I haven't heard that from the CEO in this term of council. Maybe it's happened, I've just missed it. But can you confirm, CEO, whether that's correct or not, that position?
Yes, that is correct. I have made that statement before. I believe if it's within the intent and purpose and scope of the existing policy, then it's fine to not require that second consultation. If there's substantial change to the document, then transparency dictates that we should go back out with that document.
So,
unknowingly, what the level of change is.
So given the indicated level of change from some community members that may in fact result in a material change, would you see that risking us achieving the timetable as indicated by Councillor Mildred?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. We are on a very tight timeframe here. You're currently talking about the Christmas period where we have a lot of staff on leave. We have department shutdowns, our legal advice is limited. And if we are to continue to meet that timeframe, that is going to be quite difficult to achieve. I think there's alternative ways to include that input. And I concur that there are some additional matters that we could include in this document. And I have proposed that we look at specific consultation around that in the alternative mechanisms there. And we can evaluate that at the end of whether that's a substantial change to the document or not. Council can also choose to run the risk of being non-compliant with the legislation as at the 4th of June and what the consequences of that might be.
Thank you. And my last question is to Councillor Hall. You foreshadowed a potential alternative. Do you mind just clarifying what that might be? Just specific, maybe I have an impact on how I vote.
Oh, okay. I'm going to, I had one that I did myself, but it was noting that the CEO was talking about timelines. I have decided to go with the one that he provided, which would be alternative motion one.
Right. Okay. And there's no need to read it out. It's stable. So
that allows for timeframes to be met.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hall. Sorry, Councillor Knight.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions to my motion. That one, sorry. So a domestic animal management plan advisory group would be established to consult further on possible amendments of the draft. So that's going to take a bit of time as well, because we are coming into the Christmas break, so we won't be able to organise that until January. So we'd still end up pushing the same sort of timeframes anyway, even if we fill that committee and do it through a proper process, not just accept whoever's sent an email in the last 2 days, 3 days, or whatever. Got to give the whole community that chance, that opportunity. I would like to put maybe to Councillor Aldridge that alternative motion 3 has number 2 there, that staff specifically consult with those who have lodged emails with councillors following publication of the draft plan, and if that was possible to be added into her submission, her motion as a addition to sort of help get it across the line, I suppose, so that we are using our expert advice and people that have emailed in the last few days, but also covering our public exhibition as well, so we can sort of get ahead of the curve.
I'd be happy to amend my motion to alternative motion 3 under the proviso that we can change the period of 21 days to 45 days. So essentially, we're just adding point 2 into the original motion. And my reasoning behind that is I don't think it's fair just to consult with those who just
Yeah.
lodged emails in the last couple of days. I think it should be open for everybody in the community to have their say on this. Nearly every person in this town has an animal and they have a right to have a say.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I thought we'd add it to that for you.
I'm happy to amend my motion if
So I need to go to councillor Cowan as the seconder, see if she agrees with that. Good. So just before you do, councillor Cowan, CEO.
So the original alternative motion was just changing 21 days to 45
Yeah.
days. Councillor Knight has proposed, Councillor Aldridge has agreed to also add in 2, which states that staff specifically consult with those who have lodged emails with councillors following the publication of the draft DAM in the December 2025 agenda, and consider this and other feedback in a council briefing prior to the development of the final proposed DAM. That be added to the other motions that are there.
So just before councillor Cowan responds,
It should be exactly the same as alternative motion 3, except for 45 days.
Can I just, because that's my motion that I'm talking about moving it on
for shadowing.
foreshadowing. It does state in the report that it will go out for 28 days.
are you foreshadowing alternative motion 1?
Yeah, and then it will go out for a 20-day.
Yeah,
public
28 days.
consultation. So all the community do have an opportunity.
Can I just clarification?
Yes.
The reason why I'm saying 45 days is because of our Christmas shutdown period to enable the community essentially, we've got end half of this year and all of January. People deserve a break over Christmas, and it just creates, it's a headache with, trying to get plans and, community comments into place, and it gives time as us councillors. Like, I intend to specifically reach out to organisations and talk to them. And I think this is where we're really lucky in this situation that we're in now, Councillor Hall, is that we have councillors that are really passionate about animal welfare. And I'm committed, and I know you will be too, to drive and promote this community consultation.
Yes.
Thank you, CEO.
Yes, can I just provide you some operational context here that this item was programmed to be out for consultation in January. So we had a schedule and commitments around the amount that we're out to consultation on, and acknowledging the shutdown period is a period where we have limited staff to do things and community that are available to read the document. So I'm just noting that this is planned for the end of January plus 45 days, and then getting through a process of getting those comments back, amending the document, and getting it back in front of council and adopted at the May meeting to meet the 4th of June deadline. So just saying there might be some operational difficulties in timeline to make this.
Just to clarify, I wasn't aware that that was the starting date for the community consultation process. It wasn't in the document. So I would be quite happy on that case then to have the period of 28 days be feasible, Matt, or given the,
I will make that work somehow.
okay, because then we essentially have all of January plus an extra 28 days for community consultation.
So that's 28 days plus the extra provision that Councillor Knight suggested that starts specifically.
It's essentially alternative motion 3
Yeah.
with 21 changed to 28.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
So,
Mr Mayor,
yes,
are we picking up item number 2?
Yes, so I'm amending my
It's not
motion.
essentially number 3, it's picking up number 2 and
Yeah.
putting it in the original motion. Yes.
We're making 2 amendments
Yeah.
to alternative motion 2.
yes, thank you. Okay. Yes, yeah, thank you. I'm going to go to you, councillor Cowan, as the seconder to seek your approval to those amendments before we now go to a vote. Right. So I've got the mover and the seconder to agree to those amendments. So to be clear, we're dealing with the Second proposition is it's 28 days, not 45, and we're adding in the staff specifically consult with those who have lodged emails with council following publication of the draft DAMP in the December 2025 agenda, and consider this and other feedback in the council briefing prior to the development of the final proposed DAMP. I'm going to now put it to a vote. All those in favour? It's Councillor Cowan, Councillor Knight, Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Goble. All those against? Councillor Quilty, Councillor Hall, Councillor Milburn. Motion's carried. Thank you very much.
28 days, it's point 2 from alternative motion 3, but otherwise it's motion.
Yes,
With the addition of
the addition of the
the
second point.
staff consulting.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Thank you very much. We're now up to agenda on 9.5, the Disability Action Plan 2026 to 2030. For adoption, there is a recommendation there before us. Got a mover, Councillor Cowan, and the seconder. Councillor Knight. Councillor Cowan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to support the Disability Action Plan for endorsement tonight. This plan reflects the thoughtful work by officers and, importantly, the lived experience and feedback of the Wodonga Access Group and wider community during the exhibition period. The plan actually moves us beyond intent to action with a clear commitment to embed a universal access and inclusion in council planning, capital works and service design. So accessibility is considered from the outset and not as an afterthought. Importantly, council will be accountable for delivery with progress on this plan to be reported through our annual report. Proud to endorse this plan and thank everyone involved for helping make Wodonga a more inclusive community.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Councillor Knight. So, any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Aldridge?
Yeah, just a comment. I just want to thank every single member of the community that made a contribution towards this plan and the staff behind the scenes that put it together. It's one of those plans that have come through council where it gives you the warm fuzzies. It makes you feel really good about what we can contribute for the community. And I love the fact that there's some real measurable targets in there for council as well.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Any other councillors? Councillor Quilty?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm happy to support this action plan. Having an action plan emphasizes the proactive approach of the council. When there is a policy, a policy-like document in place, it shows what we're going to do if something happens. But when there is an action plan, it sets us on the proactive path of doing something. And therefore, I think it's a good thing to have. What I would like to address is the community feedback that we have received. We have received 4 submissions, and it sort of struck me a little bit as maybe I don't know, people don't know where to access the information or we're not being explicit enough. But several people who provided the comments talked about council not consulting the affected groups or affected people, and also us having to increase our availability of infrastructure such as footpaths, which is fair. So if I may, and I know I probably should have asked for a Wanda in advance, but I'm sure our the directors of staff, you, Mr. Mayor, our CEO, can answer these questions quickly to just make it a bit more public and a bit more clear which groups we have consulted and what we are doing about the infrastructure, in particular footpaths and more accessible options. Just to say it out loud.
Director Flicker, are you able to respond to
And so in developing the plan, we consulted with the Wodonga Access Group, obviously putting out to exhibition as well. As you can see from the responses in the report, a lot of these will continue to go through the operational route, through the Wodonga access route, and will be considered as well as, for example, the one about the growth strategy that will be sensitive to officers.
And the footpath and
You, Mr. Mayor, similarly, councillor, the improvements or upgrades or new facilities that enable active transport by disabled members of our community, they form part of annual budget asks that are motivated. The council has over the past been able to roll out a number of such improvements, be it tram crossings, be it pedestrian crossings, for those who are less fortunate than ourselves. So something that we strongly advocate for and strongly support.
Thank you very much for providing this information publicly at very short notice. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Courtney. Any other councillors? If not, I'm going to put the motion to a vote. For those, unless there's a right of reply there from councillor Cowan, no. All those in favour, that's councillor Cowan, councillor Courtney, councillor Hall, councillor Noble, councillor Aldridge, Melbourne and Knight, councillor Knight. That's unanimous. Thank you. Motion's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 9.6 is the lease with Ampitel. There's a recommendation for us to move up. Thank you, councillor Hall, as seconder. Councillor Aldridge. Councillor Hall, do you want to speak?
Yeah, just this is a decision on a lease agreement over part of a reserve in Wickham Court. It is to enable to continue management and operation of Ampitel communications infrastructure located on council-owned land. The draft lease agreement between Wodonga Council and Ampitel Proprietary Limited was placed on public exhibition for 21 days. One submission was received questioning the percentage of indexation, rent-free and legal costs being capped. Council's officer response was valuations for spaces occupied by telecommunication infrastructure differ from standard square metre land valuations. It is vacant land and would remain like vacant land otherwise. The proposed amount in the draft lease agreement is within the average market range for regional Victoria and is as is the CPI index. So I don't have an issue. We've had these before, and I think it meets the standard requirements that we've had on other leased land for telecommunications facilities. So,
Thank you, councillor Hall. Councillor Aldridge, do you want to?
I think councillor Hall has explained it brilliantly, and I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. Any other councillors? I think if I could just add to councillor Hall's comments, given the RBA target CPI increase of between 2% and 3%, and understanding inflation is above that, but hopefully that is temporary. My understanding is 3% is pretty market practice, so I concur with your comments, councillor Hall. If there are no other comments, I'm going to put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Anticipating that 9.7 might be a bit of a discussion. Chair seeking an adjournment for a break. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Is that a procedure? All those in favour, just for 5 minutes? Thank you. That's carried. 5 minutes. So we'll see you back here at 7:37. Thank you. That's something to hold up. Welcome back. We're now on agenda 9.7, Leneva Valley Estate, proposed school zone. I understand Director Schultz, you'll be introducing this item before we go to the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have on my right-hand side Conway Knight, one of our senior development engineers who will assist with any inquiries that the councillors may have this evening. The paper dealing with proposed speed zones in accordance with the Department of Transport Plan and Speed Zone Policy. This is a very recent policy that has been introduced by DTP. Latest version we have been August 2025. With the opening of the school on day one of term 1, 2026, there is a requirement of us to responsibly consider speed zones around the school and within the active transport zone around the school as well. The report makes a recommendation for a variable speed zone on Jennings Boulevard of 30 kilometres an hour, and also encourages the councillors to consider 30 kilometres an hour through the residential streets within the radius of 200 metres from the school gates as a way of increasing the safety of pedestrians and those using active transport in school.
Thank you, Director Schultz. I'm going to go to councillors. Councillor Meldrum.
Yes. Mr Mayor, my motion is that council supports and seeks authorisation from the Department of Transport and Planning for implementation of a variable time and date based 40 kilometres per hour school zone speed limit on all roads abutting the new Leneva Primary School, and community notification be undertaken in accordance with established practices. 2, that the CEO carry out all necessary administrative processes to implement the actions in number 1 above.
Right. So just to be clear, Councillor Meldrum, it's the same as what's recommended other than the first item changed to 40 kilometres. And the
200 metres.
And taking up the.
and taking out permanent. Thank you, Councillor. Taking out permanent.
Mr Mayor, I'm not changing anything that's been put in. I'm putting it completely.
Yeah, I understand. Just so we're all clear what the motion is. Does it need to be read again, or do I have a second? Does
Could you read it again, please?
Want me to read it? I'll
no,
read it out.
no, I've got a copy here, so I'll just read it again. That council supports and seeks authorisation from the Department of Transport and Planning for implementation of a variable time and day based 40 kilometres per hour school zone speed limit on all roads abutting the new Leneva Primary School, and community notification be undertaken in accordance with established practices. And 2, that the CEO carry out all necessary administrative processes to implement the actions in 1 above. So we've got a mover, Councillor Meldrum, and a seconder, Councillor Quilty. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to you, Councillor Meldrum, to the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With the overwhelming contact that has been had in regard to speed limits more generally over a couple of months period that I've had contact in relation to, and with the response that was extraordinary in the recent social media contact that I made with the community that I interact with, there is very, very clear direction from our community that says 40 kilometres is good for school zones. And I think the community is used to that. They accept that. Some people might not like that even, but most of the community accepts it and likes it. There's all sorts of other peripheral comments that have been made in relation to how you implement it, how far up a piece of road it should be, but there's a standard practice that's generally been applied of maximum 200 metres either side of the school gate. There's all sorts of other practices that are in documentation which we don't seem to get a lot of contact with, but documentation that says the most safest way to deal with the school area is to actually fence the area about 700 mil back from the curb, to put a fence in so that it limits the ability for kids from the school to bolt out across the road, and it focuses them onto using school crossings. And during school times, that makes an awful lot of sense. I fully understand and accept that the way our state government is designing and doing schools, they're doing it on the least amount of budget outlay that they can possibly do. And things like putting those sort of barriers in the streets aren't part of their general process. I mean, they might do it on occasion with specific things, but generally speaking, it's not something that comes with any new school. Equally with this school, we've got situations where drop-off points and bus interchange type activities are just almost or basically non-existent. Even, car parking is somewhat limited, and I believe it's only will only be available to the staff at the school. So what we're doing is we're imposing burdens into the actual residential streets, which have been designed as residential streets, not as streets to accommodate a significant traffic attractor. So, there's issues about that in terms of strategic planning. We can argue till the cows come home whether that's a consequence of the failures of the state government in designing the school, or whether it's a failure of our planning processes in terms of design of the estate. It's probably chicken and egg in some ways, but fundamentally, this isn't really a good outcome that we've got here in terms of the design. Now, we can say the safest possible way to deal with things is to make the traffic speed 5 kilometres. And as I said in the previous, we could revert back to legal rules of 130 odd years ago and require somebody to run in front with a red flag. That would be safer than 30 kilometres. But there has to be a point where we say sensible and a sensible, proper approach with the correct risk assessment says that, well, we're in an estate, this is a road built for vehicles, and we've got kids and vehicle intersection points. Let's deal with that as an issue. And I think we can't be saying, let's go back to 30 and not deal with all the other issues. At some point in time, we will be forced to deal with issues of fencing or some other mechanism to ensure that the kids are funneled to a crossing point or funneled to some other point where they can be picked up. If we've got situations like would appear to be happening where kids are going to be picked up in the street, which is a failure of our education department, then I think we need to go away and have another look at the design issues associated with that. But in terms of what our community has said very loud and clear, 40 kilometres an hour is very loud and clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meldrum. Councillor Quilty is the second. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I will reserve my right to speak, but if I may ask the mover a question.
Yes.
Councillor Mildred, you have mentioned the design failures that are obvious and the possibility of unsafe practices by school children and parents at drop-off, etc. I can see how 30 kilometers an hour is going to be an interference with the non-school traffic, but what other ways? I mean, we have some design failures. We have them. It's a pity, and it was a great opportunity when designing a school from scratch to put everything in. But we have what we have. Are you comfortable we're going to manage it and not have hazards if we continue with the variable 40 kilometers an hour?
In the circumstances, 40 back to 30 isn't going to make it any materially safer. the fundamental reason for slowing traffic down, well, there's two fundamental reasons. One is if you're doing 60 or you're doing 40, there's a difference in impact damage. But really the main reason for slowing traffic down around schools is because it gives time for avoidance.
Yeah.
Avoidance is far more important than minimising impact. And the difference in avoidance between 30 and 40, there's documentation that actually shows us next to no difference. So that's one of the things. So you can find all of this information. It's all out there, you know, to find. It's online. It's not the stuff that seems to appear in some of the state government policies because they've got other agendas running as well. So, yeah, answers the question, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Cordy, for the question, and you're reserving your right to speak to it. CEO, did you want to make a comment?
I just probably not having the expertise as an engineer, but we have circulated some information around to councillors about different speed limits and impact. So I understand what Councillor Milgram is saying about avoidance, but impact 10 kilometres an hour. I think the information we've circulated demonstrates that there is a physical difference in that 10 kilometres an hour. I just wanted to highlight that, but I'm not the expert in this area. I'm not sure if Mr. Knight or the Director would like to comment on this.
Mr. Mayor, entering debate is one thing. Giving factual information on request is something different.
I am giving factual information.
Requesting the others in that manner is Mr. Mayor.
Is there a point of fact, officers, that you would like to share with us in relation to clarification on some of these issues regarding potential differences in consequences between 40 and 30 kilometres an hour?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the literature that I've seen would state that at 30 kilometres an hour, a pedestrian has a 90% chance of surviving a fatal collision. I think that drops down to about 10% at 50 kilometres an hour. Whether that's a straight line between the two speeds and the corresponding severity of injury, I am not qualified to advise, but certainly the literature suggests 30 kilometres an hour, 90% chance of surviving impact with a vehicle travelling at that speed.
So just to be clear, we don't have actual facts on what that percentage would be for 40 kilometres?
I'm sure that information is available to you.
Okay, good. Any other councillors would like to speak to the motion? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. I do have some evidence on that through Transport Victoria at 40 kilometres an hour, it drops to around 60%. So councillors, I want to address two arguments that we keep hearing, and that is that other school zones are 40, so that's good enough, and that the community overwhelmingly wants it to stay at 40. First, 40 kilometres an hour being typical does not make it optimal. Many school zones were set years ago before we had today's evidence, before the safe system approach through the Department of Transport and Planning was embedded in Victorian policy, and before the explosion in walking, scooting and riding that we now actively encourage. Policy evolves for a reason. If we only did what we've done before, seatbelts would still be optional and drink driving limits would be higher. And second, this school is not the same as others. It's new, it's growing, and it's embedded in a developing area where traffic patterns are still forming. This is exactly the moment to design safety in, not to retrofit it after a serious incident forces our hand. And as for the claim the community wants 40, let's be honest, what we're hearing is not settled, informed consensus. And history shows us that communities often resist safety changes until they're in place. And the same happened with school crossing supervisors, with bike lanes, with seatbelts, and with 40 kilometre an hour school zones. But once implemented, opposition fades because the benefits are obvious. And our role is not to follow the loudest voices. Our role is to protect children, including the ones who don't get to speak at this table. If 30-kilometre-hour limit reduces the chances of serious injury or death, even once, then the inconvenience simply does not hold up. The argument for inconvenience simply does not hold up. Saving seconds for drivers cannot outweigh saving lives. I listen to parents and teachers. This approach of 30 kilometres an hour is the approach guided by experts and evidence, and that should guide us, councillors.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cowan. Any other councillors want to speak to this? Councillor Aldridge.
Thanks, Mayor. Protecting children around our schools is a responsibility we all take seriously, and it requires thoughtful, practical decisions. I strongly support the introduction of the school speed zone around Caravana Primary School, and I work on this coming before council ahead of the school opening in 2026. In this instance, I support a 40-kilometre school zone rather than the recommended 30 kilometres per hour. One of the key reasons is consistency and clarity for drivers. Every other school zone across Wodonga currently operates 40 kilometres per hour. Introducing a single 30-kilometre-per-hour zone in a new estate risks confusion and unintentional non-compliance. Consistency is an important part of road safety. I too have also received a significant volume of community feedback through social media channels who overwhelmingly support a 40-kilometre-per-hour zone in this location. While we don't run formal consultation for operational speed changes, I believe it is still important that we listen when the community engages with us in good faith. A 40-kilometre-per-hour school zone still represents a meaningful and immediate safety improvement over the existing 50-kilometre-per-hour limit and does meet current policy requirements. Supporting 40 kilometres per hour in this case is not a rejection of child safety, nor is it a rejection of emerging best practice. It's about applying the right solution to the right context, balancing safety, consistency, driver understanding and community confidence. But most importantly for me, this does not prevent council from reviewing the speed limit in the future if conditions change, traffic volumes increase, or safety concerns emerge once the school is operational.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Any other councillors? Councillor Hall.
Okay, let me see what I've got. This one. Yes, okay. As Wodonga is the Wodonga Council is the responsible road authority. Wodonga Council must undertake a speed zone assessment, like we have in the report, and if warranted, implement changes with the DTP authorisation. School zone limits are typically set between 30 and 40 km per hour and are classified as operational changes in the report states. As such, the policy requires council does not require the council to notify the only after the As such, the policy requires council to notify the community after approval rather than undertake formal consultation beforehand. While I acknowledge this, consultation, in my opinion, would have been the preferred option. From the feedback I've received and seen, the community overwhelmingly does not support 30 kilometres per hour as the speed limit in this estate. The policy states that for local streets, a 30 kilometre per hour limit may be selected where conditions support it, and where streets have higher movement function or higher volumes, 40 k's. Now, this 40 k. So if you've got higher movement of people and higher traffic, it's saying 40 k's per hour may be more appropriate. That's a bit conflicting in us assessing it to be 30. So if there's higher volumes, they're saying that 40 is okay, whereas literature states that, it's more dangerous than 40. I support 40 kilometres per hour limit. This is consistent with the other local schools in the area and avoids confusion. I drop my kids, grandkids off to kinder and school and pickups All the schools there have 40 zones. People are very mindful of the kids that are moving around those areas. And most of the schools have a supervisor or teacher at the gate, making sure that there is compliance. So I don't see the need for 30. I've travelled myself at 30 to try and sort of get an indication of how it feels. I think you'd be more concentrating on trying to stick to 30, and with that possibility might be distracted from what jumps out in front of you. I think education's the key thing here. Supervision at Cancel Gate around the school crossings, and yes, so I think 30K is extreme, and I don't support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Any other councillors? I have some questions from me, or maybe other councillors might be considering a comment. So, have there been any events or impacts between cars and children in recent history in Wodonga in the current 40-kilometre zones?
Sure, we're able to answer that with absolute factual.
No known ones at this stage.
Not off the top of our head, but that wouldn't be factual.
Perhaps another question, and it's more of a legal one. In light of where DTP's policy is, which sort of talks about this 30 to 40 kilometre range, encouraging consideration of 30 kilometres, in a very unfortunate circumstance, if there were to be an event where a car impacted, hit a child, where would we be sitting in terms of legal liability from the perspective where there's a policy or a recommendation or encouragement regarding lower speeds at 30 versus 40? You know, in terms of negligence, potential negligence.
Mr. Mayor, I'm unable to answer that accurately, but general indication is that our insurer would have a viewpoint on that. There is a recommendation in the guidelines from the department. You have an officer recommendation, the risk then rests with council about the difference between those. If I may also take the opportunity to ask a question back, and that might be not directly in relation to your question, but given the time frame for opening of this school, if the department rejects the 40, if that's what is council's resolution, and we are sitting in December now with an opening in January, what would you propose if this resolution goes ahead that we do in response to a rejection from the department of 40? It's a matter we have to consider because we can't guarantee the department will accept 40.
So I'm taking that as a rhetorical question.
Yeah, so I was going to ask a question of the question. So my question is, why has it come before council in the first place if ultimately the DTP has the decision anyway?
Because we have to, my understanding is we have to apply to DTP to make the decision. I might just refer to the director on this about our delegation.
Yes, Mayor, we are the road manager. It's responsible for the management of the road and the road precinct.
Councillor Hall?
From prior legal advice, not on this particular item, but where the word is used may, gives it, I believe, council discretion. So it doesn't say must, it says may. So there's a discretion there. And I believe we use the discretion.
Yeah. Councillor Knight hasn't spoken, and Councillor?
I just wanted to agree with Councillor Hall, and I've just been reading through a bit of the stuff on here again as well. And, you know, once again, we come down to a zone where we have one entrance, which seems to be a catch cry of our developments at the moment. So, you know, we talk about legalities and stuff, where local streets have a higher movement function or carry higher traffic volumes. Well, it's carrying all of our traffic for that whole precinct. So I think 40 kilometres now may be appropriate. It's also a divided road. It's split down the middle. The side streets, on the other hand, you know, they would probably wouldn't be classed as higher carrying areas. But at the same time, I think most of us have been in school zones where they were 40 Ks. And if you got 40 kilometres an hour in any of those places when at school drop-offs and pickups, I think you were doing pretty well. And that function of that school, the way it's set up and the roads around it, I don't think many people will actually make the 40 kilometres an hour in that place. But I'd be supportive of 40 kilometres an hour rather than 30. And be happy with that decision on a legal basis.
Councillor Conti, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors, for the debate. Well, majority of councillors here have children or grandchildren attending school and live in mortal fear of something happening. And the responsibility we take making this decision today is overwhelming. We are not concerned about what the community are going to see us like and inconveniencing the community with a few seconds or something. We are trying to make a genuine decision for the safety of children in the area. I, as little, want to read in the paper that something happened to somebody else's child, as I want to hear that something happened to my child, which is like zero. And so I ask everybody to be assured that the decision we make tonight is with utmost consideration and utmost feeling of responsibility and accountability. The arguments that I'm taking on board and that resonate with my thinking are firstly that the speed limit when it is reduced to 40 gives us time to react. It is the most important thing. Reducing to 40, it's not about, we're not talking about what speed a car is allowed to hit a pedestrian with. It should be zero. If a driver is traveling at 40 kilometers, they will be paying attention. And if they're paying attention, collision is extremely unlikely to happen. The difference here between 30 and 40 is not that great. And, you know, I once was hit by a car at maybe 5 kilometers an hour, and it wasn't in Australia. And it hurt an awful lot. So, and it was because the driver wasn't paying attention. So really, the crucial and paramount thing here is encouraging, by dropping the speed limit, encouraging the driver to pay attention and giving time to react and to brake and reducing the time and the length of travel the car has to make once the driver pushes the brakes. The other thing that I'm concerned about is consistency and avoiding confusion. Not only inconsistency and confusion adds to the irritation of the drivers and possible road rage, which I'm sure is not going to happen. Inconsistency takes away from the driver's attention and takes the focus to what's the speed limit on this street, instead of doing it like, you know, automatically on autopilot. Okay, school zone, school time, 40 kilometers an hour, and then worrying about not breaking it and not worrying about looking on at the road is not going to add to safety. And finally, the point that Councillor Knack has made about the structure of the area, the road, the one turn into the bit of the estate, and then the lower traffic on the around the school. I think it allows for us to have the 40 kilometers per hour, and I certainly support variable rather than permanent reduction in speed. There is no need for permanent reduction in speed. Variable is good enough. So I will be supporting the motion put forward by Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Corty. I'm going to go to Councillor Mildred as the mover for right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a number of things. Firstly, if 5 kilometres per hour is life, then using the logic we've heard tonight says we should go to 5 kilometres per hour. The same principle applies when you look at things like speeds around the world. We've got autobahns in parts of Europe that in essence have unlimited speed limits. They don't have catastrophic deaths. They have some incidents, no doubt about it, but catastrophic deaths that are at significantly greater numbers on a per capita basis to us is not really happening. So it's all about how much control we as a government need over what the population does in these sorts of things. Also in part of this, the state government has other agendas that are not related to traffic management policies to try and limit and discourage people from using private vehicles anyway. The other thing that I'll say is the 2023 Austroads review lists the most effective child pedestrian protection as supervised school crossings, raised wombat crossings, pedestrian fencing to channel movement, signalised crossings, and improved car parking, pick up and drop off car parking prospects. That should be applied to schools. Our state government hasn't done that. The Monash University Accident Research Centre raises highlights such as things like speed variance cause drivers to focus on complying with the speed, which is counterproductive to watching and dealing with what's going on in your environments. Reduced driver attention, driving at artificially low speeds, can lead to underload lowering and lack of vigilance. These are things that have come out of actual research projects. So there's a whole bunch of different criteria that go into dealing with these issues. And I think what we've got with the motion that we've got before us is an opportunity to have sound, sensible, community accepted responses for the best child safety in the circumstances we've got. I accept that in the future we're probably going to have to look at different forms of, particularly the fencing format, which has been identified by the experts as being an important thing. In the circumstances we're in with this estate and this particular school design, there's a fair chance we're going to have a look at that in the future. But that's not really connected to the speed limits. That's the other issues and people movement patterns. So in essence, I think we're on the right track with what we're doing at this point in time. And if the circumstances change and something's different, we have to look at it on its merits at some time in the future. But right now, I think this is the right solution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Put the motion.
I think it's before we do, Councillor Mildren, you've got a question, CEO, in terms of clarification on the motion, was it? No, I missed something.
Just clarifying the facts. I believe, Councillor, you referred to the policy as may, and our understanding is that the policy from DTT says should.
It says may in our report.
In the report.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the debate's been closed.
Yeah, yes, correct. That's my understanding too. So I'm going to put the motion to a vote. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor Corti, Councillor Hall, Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Mildren, Councillor Knight. All those against? Councillor Cowan, Councillor Goble. The motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Mildren.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillors, we're now at 9.8 for Wodonga pre-activation. Thank you, Councillor Knight. For community consultations, a recommendation there before us. Councillor Aldridge. Would you like to?
Just as recommendation.
As recommended?
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Councillor Aldridge, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. I'm happy to speak in support of this recommendation. This project has been a long time coming in our community. Wodonga Creek has consistently been identified as a priority through years of community feedback, and the Albury-Wodonga Regional Deal has given us the opportunity to unlock its potential in a meaningful and well-planned way. What's before us tonight is not a final construction decision, but the next responsible step, endorsing the detailed design so it can be publicly exhibited. Importantly, this design has already evolved directly from community feedback at the concept stage and is now being refined to address safety, environmental, operational and cost considerations. I'm particularly encouraged by the strong focus on accessibility and connection, strengthening the links between the CBD, Belvoir Park, Gateway Island and Triple Albury will deliver real benefits, not just for recreation and active transport, but for tourism and economic activity as well. The detailed design clearly responds to what the community told us they wanted: better water play, safer creek access, improved pathways, shade, inclusive play spaces and enhanced natural landscaping. I also want to acknowledge the thorough work that's gone into this stage, from environmental and heritage assessments through to flood analysis and coordination with service authorities. And that should give us real confidence that what we're putting out for exhibition is realistic and deliverable.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Going to move to Councillor Cowan as a seconder.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Releasing this document for exhibition feels a bit like a Christmas present for our community. A chance to unwrap these ideas and picture yourselves in the space and help shape how this important place evolves over time. So I'm genuinely excited to support the activation plan. This plan brings to life what Wodonga Creek can really become: better walking and cycling connections, lovely inviting places to sit, play and gather, stronger links to the CBD, Belvoir Park and Gateway Island, and even a water play area that I can imagine becoming a summer favourite for Wodonga families. So I strongly encourage everyone to take a look at the plans and get excited and have a say.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Any other councillors like to speak to Councillor Hall?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the Albury-Wodonga regional deal announced by the Australian government back in March 2019 brought together all levels of government across to deliver priority regional projects. Wodonga Creek, from our prior council, was identified as one of these projects and as a key priority for the Wodonga Council, reflecting community feedback over several years. So it's been a long time coming, and it's been, a much wanted and needed project, I believe. The prior council were pretty happy to have been able to receive that funding, and it's taken some time, but it's now actually going out for more consultation over the detailed plan that we've put forward, and costing has gone up a little bit. But having said that, it's still within a not to 10% contingency, so I think at the end of the day, I think the community will be happy that once we get this up and going so it can be used.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Any other councillors? If not, sorry, I've already replied to Councillor Aldridge, or you good?
Nothing further to add, although I do note that Councillor Mildren did have his hand up. I think we need to get you to flashing light.
Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry if I didn't see that. Sorry. So before I go to Councillor Aldridge for right of reply, Councillor Mildren.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. Fundamentally, this is a good project. I don't mind what's going on with it. It's morphed quite a bit from its original intent. The original intent was collaboration between economic development and physical facilities and so on to improve our parks and recreation stuff. Originally it was meant to try and activate the south side of the creek to connect it back into Wodonga, to stop the turning our city back onto the creek and try to open it up. I note and see that it's morphed into more of a redevelopment of areas of Diamond Park. I can understand that. And it's when you talk about access to the creek for swimming and so on, I think Diamond Park is the better location. There's already a wall there to create a safer area and so on. So, you know, I understand and see all that as good things. It's just interesting that the south side, which was intended to be the activated space, has probably been presented as a more of a passive space than activated space. I don't see that. You know, in terms of the recreation facility, that's probably okay. That's not a bad thing. But in terms of the economics and trying to bring the street or bring the city to face the river or the creek, it's probably a downside. But I think what I see there looks attractive and looks like it'll be a good outcome. Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you, councillor Mildred. Councillor Aldridge.
Nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I may just introduce Mr James Donaldson, councillors haven't seen James before, but James is the team leader of project delivery.
Right. Welcome, James. Agenda item 9.9 is the planning application 173/2024, 6 to 8 Denver Street, Barranduda. There's a recommendation there before us. Councillors, I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Knight? Is that?
Oh, sorry, no,
Oh, no?
sorry.
No? Perhaps an introduction while we've got councillors just catching up with where that item is in the agenda. And
Schultz, would you mind giving us an intro?
Mr Mayor, application before us is for a number of two-bedroom dwellings on 2 lots at 6 and 8 Denver Street. 9 dwellings are proposed for the 2 lots. There have been 10 objections to the planning permit application. The reasons put forward by the objectors are discussed both in the council report as well as in the delegate report. Having 10 unresolved objections means that the recommendation by the officers is to issue a notice of decision to grant the permit. There is a view held by council's planning team that the application meets the requirements of the Wodonga planning scheme, hence the proposal to NOD and issue the permit. Issuing of the NOD will allow the objectors an opportunity to have a review of VCAT. Alternatively, if council resolves an alternate recommendation, also gives the applicant an opportunity to have outcome reviewed at VCAT in fullness of time.
thank you, Director Schultz. I'm still seeking a motion in council.
Yes.
So can we ask a question before a motion's been open? So councillor Cowan, you had your hand up? Is that?
Look, I'll put forward the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Purposes of our discussion.
Okay, so I've just got councillor Cowan as the mover. I've got councillor Knight as the seconder, and now with that there, can councillor Hall ask that question? Yes.
I was just in reading
Mr Mayor, just I haven't had a chance to. Sorry,
that's true.
yes.
Sorry. Councillor Cowan.
Look, I am putting forward the motion with some trepidation, I must admit, given that there are 10 objections, given that I have a number of questions that are still unmet in the detailed assessment that's been provided to us. I am very open to the debate tonight and the consideration of councillors. I think, as Officer Schultz preluded, it's very likely that one way or another this is going to go into VCAT. It's a heavy decision, I guess, that weighs on us as councillors, but I'm open to considering the debate tonight.
Thank you, councillor Cowan. Councillor Knight, reserve. Thank you. Councillor Hall, have a question?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. I note in the report it makes mention that the 173 agreement that the Glenwood was trying to find it. Yes, so the Glenwood design guidelines referenced in section 173 agreement were not approved by council as required under clause 6.16 of the agreement. As they were not approved, they are not enforceable and carry no statutory weight in this assessment. Is there a reason why they were not approved by council?
Sorry, Director Schultz.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we have been unable to determine any reasons why the design guidelines were or were not approved by council. The design guidelines go back to early 2011, 2012. We have been unable to confirm whether they were approved or were not approved. But the design guidelines are essentially a document prepared by the developer of the estate to ensure as best he can through the contract, through the sales process, that a certain level of amenity is attained through the development of the estate. Any variations to the design guidelines are for the approval of the developer. This particular case, the developer has issued confirmation that of this proposal is supported.
So just another question to that. So if the guidelines hadn't been approved by council, would they have been needed to be enforceable with this planning application?
They also form part of the contract of sale, and the 173 agreement that is registered over the estate and over this particular property references the design guidelines.
I'm sure that answers Councillor Hall's question, Director Schultz. So, as I understood it, Councillor Hall, your question was in the event that they were approved by council.
Yes.
To what extent could someone living in that estate rely on the enforcement of those guidelines?
Yeah.
But I also heard from the first question the council will ask that those guidelines are at the determination of the developer, not council, in terms of whether any deviation from the guidelines are approved.
Design guidelines in essence say that if a homeowner wants to vary the requirements of his or her development on the site, that variation needs to be approved by the design review panel. The design review panel is in effect the developer of the estate.
Is that clear, Councillor?
Yeah, in the fact that if they were registered with council, is there any obligation for the council to enforce those? So you're saying that it's the developer to get approval of the developer, but is it also part of the approval process to follow those guidelines?
No, Director Schultz and then Councillor Melvin.
So again, Mr Mayor, it is our view that in officers assessing the planning permit application and making a recommendation to issue the notice of decision to grant the permit, that approval is tacitly implied.
Thank you. Director Schultz, Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question for Officer Schultz, if I may. Yes, possibly two questions, maybe follow on. So if the council had approved the document as required under the 173 agreement, you're telling us that that was immaterial and that the developer could just change it at will without council consent to make that change? That's the first question. And secondly, when has a statutory process included a tacit approval of something under our, well, particularly under the Planning and Environment Act? When has that actually changed that something can be a tacit approval without specific reference to the statutory processes?
Councillor Lodge, I'll take the second one on notice. The first one, I referred to guidelines themselves. And as I said a number of times this evening, the guidelines, the design guidelines, allow variations provided they are approved by the design review panel.
Which is in effect the developer, not council.
Which in effect says, correct me if I'm wrong, this is follow-up, which in effect says that the council's decision is irrelevant or the council's approval is irrelevant. So the condition of permit or the condition that might have applied through the 173 has no force or effect. And why was it introduced?
Director Schultz and then Councillor Cowan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it is it's only instances where council, where planning permit, under normal circumstances, a house on a standard residential block doesn't need a planning permit. Only instances where it's less than 300 square meters or when there's multiple dwellings on a lot is a planning permit required. So we would not have been called upon on a regular basis to consider any variations to a building design or a building outcome as contemplated under the design guidelines.
Councillor Meldrum, you don't look satisfied by that question, so you've got a supplementary question, additional
I
question?
don't know how to ask a question to correct something that I know is not correct.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, okay, so I've got Councillor Cowan, then Councillor Aldridge. Councillor Cowan?
I'm wondering, Mr Mayor, if we might suspend these standing orders to have a more fulsome discussion about this, given that we have a number of questions. This
Proposing, so moving the suspending standing orders, so it's a procedural motion, so all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Standing order suspended. Councillor Aldridge, you had your hand up.
I was just going to make more of a comment than anything in that basically whatever we decide tonight, we're going to be in VCAT. So our hands are tied, really. I mean, we kind of have no choice but to take the recommendation from our officers, you know, taking their expert advice and their opinion on the matter that, you know, when we do, because this is not a matter of if, it's when we end up in VCAT, that we're making the right decision based on the rules and regulations and guidelines and policies that have been agreed on. So it's really sucky, to be honest, because no one's winning here tonight. There's going to be a loser.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Any other councillors? Councillor Meldrum?
Mr Mayor, if where we have a situation using the 173 agreement as the head document, and we have a subordinate process of approval that's required under that 173 agreement, then if that approval happens, and the approval by law should have happened, it hasn't happened, so there's a whole different range of implications.
You're referring to the approval of the guidelines as clarity?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if those guidelines are approved, then they have statutory force, in essence, equivalent to what the statutory force of the 173 agreement is. Now, even in the circumstances where a planning permit ought not be required for a single dwelling on a lot. If there is a breach of the 173 agreement, then that either means that the project cannot proceed, or in other circumstances means that it triggers a permit under the planning system. Now, sorry.
There you go. So I'm just going to ask a question to you then. Is all that not predicated on the approval of the guidelines under the section 173? Just what I've heard from Director Schultz is there's no evidence that's been approved or otherwise. So is that not academic, what you just said?
To some extent it is academic, but I'm dealing with it in terms of the responses that we've received.
Yeah.
If the view or the prevailing view in our organisation was that, well, it really doesn't mean anything anyway, then that could explain why there was no effort made to actually seek the approval of that process. There's a whole range of other things that come to this as well. And it would appear on the face of the information that we have before us that there are design guidelines that have been applied to all blocks except these lots in relation to contracts of sale as distinct from registered on title. There is a big difference there because if they're registered on title, then there's a statutory requirement for the council to deal with it as a covenant. If they're not registered on title but form part of a contract of sale, then the developer is creating a perception amongst the market that is buying these things. So if the developer is creating a perception amongst the market that's buying the lots, that these lots are going to be X, Y, Z, and then, you know, F comes along, which is a block of however many units, then we've got a moral or ethical breach, but not necessarily a legal one, right? So,
And possibly not a moral or ethical one either.
possibly
It's outside the remit of council.
only insofar as you start talking about the volume and weight of submissions made, because the Act also says that if you've got an overwhelming submissions, and that's a relative thing, if there's only 15 houses in the area and 10 of those have put a submission in, then you've got a substantial number of submissions. And we are obliged under the Act to take count and take consideration of the number of submissions against. So what I'm getting at is if there has been a level of variation created through the process that the developers followed, then that explains a whole range of things as to why we get the objections we get. And it impacts the way I think about how I need to consider making the decision. So
I understand that. Thank you very much. CEO, you've got a comment to make?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just note that we're talking about an aged document, 10 to 15 years old here, trying to find clarification in council's records around that, and noting that we've only got this information late tonight. We don't have our technical experts in the room tonight. I'm just highlighting that I have some concerns here. I'm not sure about what our timeline restrictions are and what happens if we stop this and put this to the next meeting, which is in February. But I assume that the applicant can go to VCAT and ask for a decision to be made. Maybe that's not a bad outcome.
Either way, you're going to end up in VCAT.
And I'll just make the comment. So generally, we can't provide you expert advice on short notice to this about a very old document.
I'm hearing 3 pathways to VCAT. Councillor Lovegrove.
yeah, I was going to coming to that conclusion. In effect, if there is a right to VCAT for failure to determine because the clock's run out, then so be it. And in the circumstances, we've been put on notice that it's probable that the matter will go to VCAT either way.
Yes.
So in the circumstances, it probably doesn't make a lot of difference if we defer it for a decision at a later date and then find that an appeal gets lodged and, you know, the council can't make a formal decision once an appeal's been lodged. I mean, we can make a decision, but we can't act on it. So maybe that's the answer.
So not wanting to lead you, but would you, in the event that this motion failed, be proposing that, foreshadowing that as an alternative option?
That we defer the matter pending additional information, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. And
Yeah.
we're obviously not going to say, who cares if it goes to VCAT?
No. Okay, good. Is there any, Councillor Cowan?
Look, we were provided with advice on a VCAT case that relates to this, and it was the same Section 173 agreement. And in that case, in 2019, Mills against Wodonga Council, they amended the Section 173 to delete the clauses 6.1, 6.2 and 6.16, which related specifically to the design guidelines.
Yes.
So I think that we're focusing on something that is perhaps not as relevant as, you know, other areas of uncertainty, but because it's likely that this has set some sort of precedence in that estimation. But might I just say that I've looked at the assessment undertaken by the officer, and I've not, it's not clear to me how the application has been explicitly assessed against the Maneva Barrandudo PSP requirements. So I think that there are still some questions that I have about that, and in particular, the R32 off-street parking, or on-street parking rather. And I think the question is the on-street parking compliant? Because they are expected to have at least one on-street car space for every 2 dwellings. So I think that that's what the residents are concerned about on Vilnius Avenue. And I think, look, there's still a lot of questions I think that we have here that it's not clear in the report from the officer how they've considered the PCP compliance perspective.
Another question, Mr. Chair.
I think that's a question in itself. So just Councillor Mildren, Dr. Schultz, do you want to respond to that issue regarding lack of clarity as to how that rule's been addressed or not in this application?
No, I'll take that on notice, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mildren?
I'm interested. I didn't pick up the point about VCAT ordering a change to a 173. I must admit that my understanding was that VCAT didn't have the authority to do that. But if they've done it and you've read it in a VCAT case, I'd like to get some background as to how and why that was able to occur. But obviously not right now. I accept that question to be taken on notice, particularly if we're looking to defer it. But I too, like Councillor Cowan, see a lot of contradictions and unanswered questions throughout the report.
I'm sensing a potential foreshadowed motion coming up. Has this discussion been exhausted under suspended standing orders, and are we happy to reinstate standing orders? I have a mover for reinstating standing orders. All those in favour? Carried. So I'm going to put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? So that motion lapses, and we have lost. Sorry. So I didn't say all those against. Councillor Knight, Councillor Mildren, Councillor Aldridge, Goble, Quilty and Cowan, the motion is lost. Thank you, Councillor Mildren. Councillor Mildren, you've foreshadowed an interest in potentially an alternative motion.
Somebody got a pen ready because I'll have to run this off the top of my head. Apologies.
I just get a thing out and I'll type it.
Mr.
Slowly. Councillor Mildren.
Can I move that we defer consideration of this application for planning permit to the next available council meeting? Yep. And that in the meantime, we seek further advice on matters discussed in relation to the application.
Did you capture that, Councillor Aldridge? And
No, because I asked him to.
Sorry.
He did it.
did anyone capture that? CEO, do you mind rereading that? CEO? Yeah.
Defer consideration for the application to the next available council meeting. In the meantime, seek further advice on matters discussed.
Are you on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to move a seconder for that.
I'll second.
Councillor Hall, did you want to speak to that?
Put the motion.
Yes. All those in favour of putting the motion? Well, I've got to give it the first procedural motion, which I moved by.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
I've led you astray. Nobody's spoken, so you have to actually, when somebody indicates they want to speak. Sorry, I've led you astray.
Is that correct? Because you moved that before.
Yeah. But it's made clear.
Okay. Councillor Aldridge.
It's a really quick comment. I just wanted to apologise to both parties involved tonight that we haven't got a resolution for this matter before Christmas. And I hope we can get this sorted out as soon as possible in the new year.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Technically, you've got a right of reply. Did you want one?
No, move the motion.
Move the motion. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillor Mildred.
We just invite Kevin back in.
Thanks, CEO. Thank you. Agenda item 9.10, request to amend section 173 agreement. There is a recommendation there before us. Have a mover for that recommendation. Councillor Knight, moving the recommendation. Any seconders? Last call. That's lapsed. Do we have another motion from a councillor? Councillor Cowan.
Thanks. I'm off the top of my head too, not expecting this response, but bringing this back to council for consideration at the next available council meeting after our council briefing.
CEO, would you like to read that out once you've finished writing?
I've added, sorry, if that's okay, but let me know if that's okay. The council defer the matter to the next council meeting following our council briefing.
So thank you, Councillor Mildred. With a mover, a second. Councillor Cowan, would you like to speak to that?
Oh, thank you. I don't think it's necessary. I think with the silence at the point of the recommendation of the motion says it all, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mildred.
Yeah.
Any other councillors?
I'd just like to say, and I will support the motion because I think that probably further discussion has been, we have spoken about this at prior council, not this council, but council last term. It has come up in a discussion, and I have concerns over some of the conditions being taken out of the 173 agreement. But I think further discussion with this council is needed so we can be more informed as to the decision we're actually making, because I think that's important. It's important to just be mindful, of taking out infrastructure that could possibly be of, I think community expectations are I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, councillor Hall. Any other councillors? Councillor Knight.
Yeah, just, we're not actually taking out any infrastructure, we're actually, the infrastructure's already been removed. This is to take away the contribution.
Well, the contributions. Oh,
They're not contributing to something that's not there, not building it. That's my understanding of it.
I understand the point you're making, councillor Knight. This is about contribution to what was proposed, funding for proposed infrastructure, which is now no longer part of this precinct structure plan for North Wodonga. I think if I could, no other councillors can speak to it, I'd just like to also make a comment in support of the motion. And I have flagged this with Director Schultz and the CEO that I am concerned around, well, I understand that this may be a legal requirement in the event this infrastructure is no longer part of the precinct structure plan, and maybe an inability to be able to impose potential costs of supplementary assets to this section 173 as a result of sports precincts not being delivered and new sports precincts being buried at a field being utilised in replacement of that. You know, I think there's a fundamental issue around equity here that I would like considered as part of that briefing. How equitable is it to impose the cost of this infrastructure that this community is going to be using on another precinct structure plan in DCP? So I'll be in support of this motion. Councillor Callan, did you want to write a reply? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, reports noting. There are none. Under reports for information, agenda item 11, record of council meetings. It's for information only. Are there any questions or comments on that? No, if not, we'll move on to 11.2, the decisions register, which likewise it's for information only. Any questions or comments on that? If not, we'll move to 11.3, which is the Audit and Risk Committee annual report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make
Yes.
that we are farewelling our current chair, the Audit and Risk Committee, Dan Pendlebury.
Yeah.
And I'd like to thank him for his diligence and care of that responsibility over the last 4 years. And I guess we'll be considering his replacement later this evening. Except I'm conflicted on my end. I won't be part of that. But I do want to say that this report is commend it to the community to read this report. It's an important aspect of council business.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. If there are no other comments, we're going to move to agenda item 12. Most of motions, there are none. Which now leads us to general business. Are there any items of general business? I have one, but other councillors?
Would be the same one.
No, I don't think it is. I'm going to let you have the floor.
I just want to send a big congratulations out to the organisers of the Wodonga Carols, who a number of councillors attended last night, and I think there was somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 people in attendance in some count, which is, it's a fantastic turnout for Wodonga. So it's a great time had by all. So
Cassie did a fantastic job.
Cassie did a great job as seeing the earlier part of the Carlsberg Candlelight.
And Christmas themed.
We know that. And if I could just add, so Wodonga Brass have been the lead and coordinator and volunteer group which led that event for now 50 years, so since 1974, and have been the custodians of watching that event grow over the years to the 7,000 people that were there last night. From a couple of hundred. Yeah. So big shout out to Wodonga Brass. That was not my item of general business. It actually is in relation to Dina. So this is Dina's last meeting, official council meeting with us. And I just wanted to acknowledge the 2 years that you had here at City Wodonga, overseeing some transformation of the organisation. I would like to thank you for your contribution, Dina. Thank you very much for that. And all the best at Greater Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been an absolute privilege working with all of you over the last couple of years. So, yeah, thank you very much for that. And I will continue to watch what's happening at Wodonga Council.
Live streams.
Giving a round of applause.
Likely the next 2 months. Councillor Milburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just back on to the carols thing. I'd like to acknowledge all the work that Lindsay Hanchett and Carol, his wife, have done for a lot of years in relation to organising the carols. Lindsay's health is failing him, and he even made the effort to turn up last night. It was quite chilly in the night air. The work that he's put into making both Wodonga Brass a really important and integral part of the community, and the work that he's put into organising carols for, I think it's something like 24 years. That's a life sentence. I mean, and he has done a really, really strong job.
Yeah.
The organisation and the event has improved year on year. So, you know, he's been quite structured and planned on the way he's gone about it. And it's an absolute credit to the man and to his wife, Carol, for everything that they've done for Wodonga community, Wodonga City and Wodonga Brass. So thank you to Lindsay.
Good shout out. Thank you, Councillor Mildred. Councillor Cowan.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate you on your recent appointment as Deputy Chair of Regional Cities Victoria. I know that you've taken, you will be taking greater responsibility for advocating for our regional cities, and it's an important role. And so thanks for stepping up into that. And it's an additional load on your work, but it's well worth it for our community and for Wodonga. So congratulations.
Well, thank you, Councillor Cowan.
Cancelling that one, maybe we should.
Yes.
I don't think
Regional cities first.
this is regional cities Victoria we're referring to here, which RCV, others may have a different view, but I think they're a very, very effective advocacy group. And Wodonga being one of 10 regional cities puts us in a very good position to advocate, not just for Wodonga, but for the broader regional Victoria. You know, RCVs traditionally have very good access to state government, both MPs in government and those in opposition. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity. Thank you, Councillor Cowan. It might mean a little bit more work for Councillor Hall. And I think this joke's running a bit thin with the CEO, but I'm not sure he was that excited by me being elected. Yes, so thank you.
Your wife might not be either.
She could be ecstatic.
Thanks, Councillor Mark.
Who got the chair, by the way?
Yes, so Ben Black.
Warrnambool news.
Yeah, so the chair's role was not contested, but the deputies was contested for 3 nominees or candidates. Yeah. Indigo and Ballarat means.
Any big.
Good old Wodonga. Yeah. Agenda item 14 is urgent business, and there is none, which now leads us to confidential business. We have a number of items there. There's recommendation the meeting be closed to members of the public in order to consider matters pursuant to section.
Yeah,
Okay. Cool. Good. So, let's have a mover for a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Knight, seconded by Councillor Hall. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. We've got a recommendation here to close the meeting consider matters under section 3, subsection 1. The Local Government Act, could have a movement, please. Councillor Knight, seconded Councillor Hall. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Which now moves us to agenda item 15.1. I think for those joining us online, we're now at 17.2 to adopt the in-camera recommendations. The recommendations in the closed meeting of council be adopted. Could I have a mover? Councillor Knight, second to Councillor Aldridge. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously, which now leads to 17.3, the public release of information. The CEO is to read. The public.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. For item 15.3, appointment of the Audit and Risk Committee independent member and chair. The public recommendation is that council appoint Mark Dupay as the chair of the Audit Risk Committee for a 3-year term commencing in January 2026, and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to notify the unsuccessful candidates of council's decision and thank them for their application. Item 15.4, the public component of the recommendation is that council publicly release the names of the 2026 Australia Day Award winners at a time or times that enable sufficient notice to be given to the award winners and to maximise the public recognition of the awards either through media channels or at the Australia Day ceremony. For item 15.5, I'll head to the Director of Community Corporate.
Yeah, Mr. CEO, so item 15.5, Chief Executive Officer position description. The public recommendation is that council notes a revised Chief Executive Officer position description has been approved. Item 15.6.
Thank you, Ms. Blackett. In regards to item 15.7, kindergarten service review recommendations, the public recommendation is that council maintains the service level, the current service level, and the council continues to advocate to the state government through the Municipal Association of Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. It's 15.7. Was there any public on 15.6?
And that's for noting.
Right, thank you. Which now leads us to agenda item 17.4, which is the chairperson to close the meeting. I'd like to declare the meeting closed at 9:59. Thank you very much.